Yo, yo. Uh, yeah, this is what we're gonna be doing here, but heard some news today about this. Heard some news today about this, and uh, uh, hmm. Let's see here. Get this. Then we're gonna be checking out some things I've seen today. We're gonna be hopping into RE9. This is maybe we should just get into this first, because yeah. You guys haven't ever checked out Roofamonger, give him a watch, especially if you're into fighting games. Anything fighting game community, definitely the #1 channel to go to outside of, you know. Let's just get into this, and haven't watched any of these yet, so.
Hello and welcome. This is Roofamonger, my friends. We are going to address the Alex situation. So in the last day or so, I've been working on the big patch video, and check that out if you haven't already, because, well, it took me a long time to make, so check it out. And during that, I got a million messages, talk about Alex, talk about Alex, talk about Alex. And I've seen social media and people.
Can I just say, what is what is this? I guess mine that I made the other day isn't any better, but
people are losing their mind. The Street Fighter fangirls went from thirsting for Alex to kind of casually discarding him and not wanting anything to do with him. And, well, it's certainly an artistic choice to go with Alex. So what am I even talking about? Well,
it's only artistic if you replace the you place the R in artistic with U. Sorry.
Alex married his sister cousin and got her pregnant. Certainly not a set of words I'd ever thought I'd say in a YouTube video, but hey, here we are. So Alex, our newest DLC character, launched, and when a character launches in Street Fighter 6, they get their arcade mode, which gives a little bit of a story, and also their World Tour expansion, which also is even in further depth tells what's going on with the character.
God damn it.
Family in this beautiful meal. Please bless over and protect over.
Want it! Want it! Come on! You gotta want it, Rick!
What is this? Oh. Gen Z ad.
And Alex is a pre-existing character, so he has pre-existing lore. And he has pre-existing supporting characters.
Now knowing what I know, this looks. And can anybody? Okay, so I don't know if this was in OG Third Strike, Second Impact, or not Third Strike, OG Third Strike, OG Street Fighter 3, Second Impact, or Third Strike. But does anybody want to talk about how this guy Tom looks like Nico Bellic? from GTA 4. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Maybe I was the only one, maybe.
Characters in a story being Tom and Patricia. And they're bringing them back. That's
Just
great.
more
We all
a
love
more buff
callbacks.
Nico
There's
Bellic.
just a little bit of a problem. So it's divulged in Alex's arcade ending. Hey, him and Patricia are now an item.
So okay, this is the part I don't quite understand because they're cousins, but somehow they're brother and sister. So like the only thing I could think of is that Alex's biological father, he was adopted by his biological father's brother, and then but she was also adopted somehow, so maybe Tom had another brother that had another child and he adopted both of them from both his brother. I don't know. It gets
And not only are they an item, she is very much pregnant with his child. Which, in a vacuum, there's nothing wrong with that. The issue being...
hold on. We're not gonna... Hold on. What does the term in a vacuum mean? Of an activity or problem to be considered, isolated from the context normal to it, and in which it can be isolated from the context normal to it, and in which it can best be understood or assessed. Professional training cannot take place in a vacuum. Separated from outside events or... Hold on, this sounds like a better... Separated from outside events or influences. Cut off from the rest of the world. The city's rested. Nothing did not happen in a vacuum. They were caused by... Okay, so basically separate... I don't know if that... Roof, I'm gonna say you maybe use that term a little incorrectly. I'm not sure.
She is very much pregnant with his child. Which, in a vacuum, there's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe I'm just not understanding the meaning of in a vacuum. Okay, we'll just
That, the issue being that she is blood related to him, and also they grew up together.
The blood related thing. So it has to be that Tom had two brothers. One was Alex's dad, one was Patricia. And then this
As brother and sister. Whoops! Wasn't
Hold on.
expecting being that she is blood related to him, and also they grew up together as brother and sister. Whoops! Wasn't expecting... Like, whatever I thought the lore was gonna be, it wasn't that. I thought, hey, maybe let's finally finish the Street Fighter 3 storyline so we can know what actually happened.
I haven't even played Alex, and that to me is the wildest part of this whole thing. There's this ginormous, like, epic, but obviously convoluted Street Fighter story in Street Fighter 3. I've just heard that they talk about none of it.
Because they have never, ever closed the door on just exactly what happened with Gil and the Illuminati. And don't worry, I went through...
Wait.
A class. In this world, it is something that the goddess blesses us with.
You are classless.
The entirety of World Tour, what happened with Gil and the Illuminati.
One thing led to another, and I ended up going around the world.
And don't worry, I went through the entirety of World Tour mode for Alex and did every little thing there is to do, and they basically don't even bring it up. Alex, the character who beat Gil, the false messiah, the Antichrist. And yes, Gil is the Antichrist, by the way. And here we are, like, finally closed the door on it. Nah, we're not going to talk about it. So we learned that Alex has mostly been focusing on his wrestling and became a family man. That's great, except the family is with his sister cousin. Now, there's been...
How do you have a sister? Hold on. I'm sorry to keep. I'm just so confused. How can your sister also be your cousin? Sister's parents are your... Wait a minute. Hold on. If your sister's parents are your grandparents and your parents are your great... How does that even make sense? How can your parents be your great grandparents? This is... Oh, this is just a generalized. If your sister's parents are your grandparents, so that would mean she's your aunt, right? No. Yes. No. In this case, you and your sister would share a grandparent, making them first. I don't know. I don't understand any of this.
Been a lot to have been made by this. You know, he is with his and became a family man. That's great, except the family is with his sister cousin. Now, there's been a lot to have been made by this. You know, people saying, oh, people didn't understand what the story was saying, or it's a mistranslation, and no. It's explicitly spelled out, and no, it's not a mistranslation. It's actually gotten to the point where Japanese outlets are being like, how come these Westerners are all up in a tizzy about the Alex storyline? Worried that such a relationship is impure. I love this little slam dunk line. These outlets are being like, it's not a mistranslation. It's actually gotten to the point where Japanese outlets are being like, how come these Westerners are all up in a tizzy about the Alex storyline?
So this is just like a regular thing that happens over Mary and that Patricia had a child. For Japanese users, the fact that Alex and Patricia, who had lived together like childhood friends, got married has been met with some praise. However, for English-speaking users, the aforementioned expression adoptive, the expression adoptive father could be interpreted as Alex being adopted by Tom and marrying his stepsister, Patricia. Some have raised concerns, impures, whatever, but again, I'm not
worried that such a relationship is impure. I love this little slam dunk here, by the way. Incidentally, in the United States, marriage between second cousins is generally legal in all 50 states. So yeah.
Still gross.
Why am I making a World Tour lore video and I'm talking about incest marriage? Anyways, let's just roll you through how we get here. So it's brought up here. Tom, the character from Street Fighter 3, is...
Tom took me in after my folks died. They passed pretty young.
Alex's adopted father, and specifically, it was the cousin of his mother. His parents died when he was young. So Tom is a blood relative of his mother, and Tom...
Okay, hold on. Let's rewind.
Alex's adopted father, and specifically, it was the cousin of his mother. His parents died when he was young. So Tom is a blood relative of his mother, and Tom raised him, and he also, in World Tour, calls Tom his dad. Tom is the father of Patricia. So they grow up together. So they're cousins, second cousins, and they basically grow up as brother and sister. So just on its face, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Tom's a good guy.
What's not inherently wrong? Wait a minute.
Cousins, second cousins, and they basically grow up as brother and sister. So just on its face, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Tom's a good guy. He looked after his cousin's kid after, they passed away, and raised Alex just like he was his own child. That's great. Commendable even, really. And granted, this is not blowing up, say, in Japan the same way it is here, because different cultures have different values and all that kind of stuff. But over here, on our side of the pond, it is generally less than ideal to marry your... It is generally less than ideal to marry your cousin. Doubly so, because...
Only in West Virginia. Sorry. So I'm assuming this is Alex, and this is, and then
they're also effectively your sister. So I don't know, because they're also effectively your sister. To marry, it is generally less than ideal to marry your cousin. Doubly so, because they're also effectively your sister. So I don't know, maybe he's from the deep south of Metro City, right? And it's just, you feel like someone at some point would have ran through Capcom's like, hey, maybe this doesn't play over that well in the West, but it is what it is. And then there's a shot here, right? Like it.
well, we also know that for some reason, a lot of the, I should say, American characters in Street Fighter aren't looked upon by some circles in Japan as positively as they are over here. You can take an example like a Rufus and just say, yeah, they just think all Americans are fat. And you look at Ken, all Americans are egotistical and full of themselves. Oh, I don't want to get into the geopolitics of it, but it almost seems like they're saying like, yeah, and Americans do this, but I guess not, because over there it seems like they're cool with this.
Also triggers a response, because we got the shot here of like Alex holding Patricia as a baby. Granted, he's not terribly old himself here. He's a young child, but holding her as a baby, then also marrying her, which that is also a little weird, I guess. Like, you put all these things together and it's just a recipe for some people to think Alex is a little bit odd now. This is certainly one of the biggest talked about points about his release. Not his combos, not his Oki and setups, it's his relationship. Now, for Tom, the dad, he's actually loving it, turns out, because he was always scared of his daughter leaving the house.
Tom?
And now, with his adopted son marrying his daughter...
Wait, that's not the same guy. Why does he look like Great Value Daredevil?
Leaving the house, and now with his adopted son marrying his daughter. Like, what am I supposed to say to all this, right? Again, how did this not trigger
exactly
somebody's radar before you put this out to the public? Like, here in fighting game land, we're used to patches for, balance, bug fixes. Will we have our first ever lore balance patch for Street Fighter 6 to change up Alex so they can retcon this? Rest assured, I don't think this is ever going to get brought up ever again. Like, this will be like the YouTubers of the next generation 20 years from now. Will be like, man, did you know in Street Fighter 6, Alex married his cousin who is also his sister? I guess it'll be some fun, dark trivia for the future. Maybe in Street Fighter 3, this was what Gil was trying to stop. They refused to elaborate on Gil anymore.
The Gil, the Antichrist, was the hero the whole time.
So we have to take this as a potential option, I suppose. But yeah, there.
If you're like me, then you probably get the laundry day scaries. In fact, I can't wait for laundry day to be over.
Me
My
too,
active
man.
family, sometimes it seems like laundry day is every day in my house. From a quick midweek refresh to tackling mountains of clothes after a busy weekend. And that's exactly why I love LG's lineup of front-load washers. They're smart, stylish, and built to make laundry day faster, easier, and honestly, just better. Let's jump into the features you'll find across each model. And trust me, they're pretty awesome. First up is LG's built-in intelligence.
Okay, now I don't care.
There's just a lot of wholesome imagery here, right? Wholesome imagery. And yet it's tainted by perhaps our different cultural values, but yeah. And there's a lot of other really good stuff in the World Tour mode besides this. Like there's lots of great little lore drops, little Easter eggs, but this definitely just overshadows everything else. Like, hey, turns out Alex and Abigail, best friends. They get along famously. Love to see Abigail representation because Lord knows we need more of it, and Abigail needs to be
No, we don't.
in Street Fighter 6.
No, he does not. Sorry, hard disagree.
And I know some of you are saying, well, I don't want Abigail, and that's the fear in you speaking. If you can have a clear look at it, you would realize Abigail's the best for everybody. There's also a whole subplot where like a whole faction of Metro City wrestlers go NWO and turn evil because it turns out they're getting stiffed on their payments. And definitely not Antonio Inoki is really angry about it. And I just found it novel because here's a whole fight playing out. You have no control over it. You just have to watch the fight happen, which I don't know. I just sort of
Wait, what?
really angry about it. And I just found it novel because here's a whole fight playing out. You have no control over it. You just have to watch the fight happen, which I don't know. I just sort of dig. It's actually kind of very interesting cinematic sort of deal. Turns out the Panther basically is
Sure.
Paul Heyman and was embezzling everyone's money. If you're younger and this is the only Paul Heyman you know, I'm sure he's a fantastic human being in the end, but do not take a paycheck from him and do not let him handle your money. So yeah, if you're wondering what all the hubbub about Alex was about, well, now you know. Was unexpected to say the least. You know, Ingrid's the next character. I thought Ingrid was going to be like the one with all the weird world tour lore. And no, you know what? I think Alex has set the bar pretty high, actually. So Ingrid, you got something to beat. Also, right before we close out here, so another storyline world tour is Alex is looking to fight heavyweights, accidentally runs into Lily, and in a fight you have no control in, again, more cinematic fights, Lily beat his head in, and I don't know, that just made me happy. So maybe Lily can't get much.
Wait, so are you telling me that when you go through World Tour mode, there's literally matches of the CPU fighting the CPU that you are supposed to watch as a cinemat? Okay.
In the actual game for balance patches, but at least they put Lily over the new DLC character in the story mode. We'll take what little wins we can get around here. But anyways, my friends, that is the news for today. So that's it for me. That's it for the video. Thank you very much for watching. Hope this video has found you well, and go out and play some Street Fighter.
Makes me a little uncomfortable, to say the least. Yeah, so next thing, something near and dear to my heart is the Skate series. And yeah, the new Skate, they kind of really screwed it up, so I wanted to see what Dies has to say about that. Recap on Alex. hold on. We're gonna do one last try to figure this out. How can your blood cousin how can your blood cousin become your step sister? When one of your grandparents has children from a previous relationship, those children become yours. So wait, that doesn't even make any sense. So if say if my grandpa had wait, how can your blood I asked the wrong thing. How can your blood cousin become your adoptive? There's not even a known as relative adoption or kinship adoption. This process allows a child's biological relative, such as a grandparent, aunt, uncle, or adult sibling, to become. All right, we're done talking about this. I'm still gonna try him out. He's not my cup of tea to begin with, but I still want to check him out and see how he plays. That's all I'm really gonna say about that. All right, let's get into this and see what Dice has to say about why Skate fell down, because I have some thoughts on it too.
I am disappointed in Skate. Even though the game is still in alpha and everything still could change until it eventually leaves early access, with each new update I'm losing hope more and more. As I'm recording this, the winter update just came out, so I booted up the game just to play for roughly 1 hour and exited again. I've been a fan of the Skate series ever since the day Skate 2 released, and I've been making Skate 3 videos for over 10 years now. I still remember years of speculating if Skate 4 would ever be made and how excited the whole community was when it was first announced.
Fun fact, I don't know exactly what the title is, but there is a channel somewhere here on YouTube that has Skate 2, I think Skate 2 and Skate 3 footage of both me and our friend group that just used to just play Skate nonstop. Somebody actually, one of our buddies was in the video editing at the time, and he just pieced it together. It would have to be like my old gamer tag on Xbox 360. I don't even remember what that would be. I know what they kind of, I remember a couple that I had, but if I searched it and I found it, I'll
Skate 4!
And my excitement just increased when EA first announced.
Skate 4!
And my
That was
excitement just
everybody's-
increased when EA reached out to me to be on the playtesting council. Skate 4 is happening and I'm going to give them feedback on the game. It was like a dream come true. But then why do I not feel like playing the game at all? Today I would like to go over some key moments that led to the current state of the game.
Let me just preface this with this. I think, well, at least for me, my personal take, the reason I do not enjoy, and it might seem kind of like a minuscule reason, the reason I do not like engaging with this piece of software is I just feel like you're not getting a full package, and the actual gameplay of it is kind of toned down. A lot of people have issues with the visuals looking very Fortnite-y. I don't have a problem with that at all. For me, it's just the fact that when I'm completing tasks, I guess you could say, or quests or whatever they're called, I don't feel like I'm getting much of any anything other than like some points that I can then use to buy some of the free items to customize my person. But then the prices that they're charging for like t-shirts, and it's what is it, like I saw like a t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and a skate deck for your character was like 10 or 15 bucks or some shit. It's like, who is playing? Maybe in Fortnite or something like World of Warcraft can you get away with that, but skate is still, as much as I love it, a more niche community. And I digress. This also, I don't like the map. I do not like the map. It feels like they didn't really put a whole lot of thought into the skateboarding aspect of the gameplay. It feels like they were trying to go with it. It feels like they designed a city and made it as, you know, true to form as a city would be. And then they're like, oh yeah, there's skateboarding in here. Let's try to add in some things so that you could like do some tricks here and there. It doesn't feel like, as they marketed it as, this is a city for skaters, right? And also, a lot of areas just feel like they designed it so that the players can drop their own ramps, drop their own half pipes, drop their own quarter pipes. You are basically supposed to, in a lot of areas, in my opinion, it feels like you're supposed to make your own skate park, which is like cool if the stuff didn't suck. But I'll continue here.
The game, or to be exact, I want to answer a question I was asking myself for some time now. Why am I disappointed in Skate? So let's rewind time. It's 2020, Skate is announced, and after some time the "we're working on it" trailer
Damn, that's
drops.
right.
In it we see very, very early gameplay and all kinds of people reacting to it.
And
looks beautiful. This whole
Playing
open
online
world.
sessions like that
Picking up the
would be
board.
so
that was everybody's reaction.
Which got us all hyped up. And just on a little side note, today I see many comments attacking the council members, stating that they were paid to say these things so that the game would look better,
Damn.
which is just not true. I think it's pretty clear that they
Oh.
just took specific quotes and showed them out of context. But to go back to the main topic, we were all very hyped. But after
Whenever you market with dishonesty, it will come back to bite you in the ass. The truth always comes to light.
this, we got almost a full year of silence.
Hey everybody, Peach here, and today we're going to take a look at the Speediance Gym Monster 2, which is an all-in-one compact digital gym.
Cool.
But then, finally, the still working on it trailer dropped. And when people saw the game still looking like this, yeah, most were not happy. But then they also showed these clips and holy shit, this gameplay looked insane. The graphics, the animations, the realism. This is what we always wanted, and the hype.
That's why I say I don't have a problem with the visuals. The visuals impressed everybody when it first was announced. And that is crazy to think that it was announced in 2020. And it was like 5 years that we were all like, it's coming back, it's coming back, it's coming back.
Was real. Just weeks before this trailer dropped, people speculated that the game was abandoned, and now you had a whole community more excited than ever. But of course, there still were some people complaining that the game should release now. Oh boy, if you would have told us back then that we had to wait 4 more years. But now, with the hype being at an all-time high, they decided to finally give us some more detailed information about the game, so they released the first boardroom video. And man, if you were there at that time, seeing the video and the live chat reacting to everything they said, oh boy. First of all, they explained that the new Skate game is not going to be titled Skate 4, but rather just Skate.
And here's the reason. This isn't a sequel. It's not a remake, it's not a reboot, a prequel, it's not any of that. It's not a remake, a remaster, whatever Re can do. This is it, it's Skate.
And I'm gonna be honest here, I never truly understood this decision.
Doesn't make any sense. It's right here. What you're naming your game already exists. It's right here. And Wait, go back because I had a thought about something.
First of all, they explained that the new Skate game is not going to be titled Skate 4, but rather just Skate. Video. And man, everything they said, oh boy. First of all, they explained that the new Skate game is not going to be titled Skate 4, but rather just Skate.
And here's the reason. This isn't a sequel. It's not a remake. It's not a reboot, a prequel. It's not any of that. It's not a remake, a remaster, whatever Re can do. This is it. It's Skate.
It's Skate. That reminds me, it's also only online. So if you do not have, of course, everyone has an online connection. But if you do not have an online connection, or you just simply want to play this, you know, by yourself, just chilling out and vibing, listening to some music, you got some popcorn, maybe some cheese balls or something. You got, you know, maybe a cup of sweet tea or something. I don't know what people drink, but you know, that was part of the appeal of the skate games to begin with. Was, hey, I can just load this thing up and just cruise around and like, this is a game where I can just relax, and if I find something cool, I'm gonna try to like make a line and film it and do some cool stuff, but it's just chill. And you can't do that in this because you have to be online. Now you could still do that, I guess, technically speaking, but it just feels different when you're trying to just chill, and then you've got this guy going this way and this guy going this way, and you in your mind, you know, these are real people. Like, I'm not just chilling and vibing by myself right now. These people are like interacting with me in some kind of way, even if it's only like, hey, they can see the outline of my character skating around in this world. Still kind of takes the essence of I'm solo here. I'm just chilling out.
And I'm gonna be honest here, I never truly understood this decision. Of course, in this way it separates itself from the old trilogy, but at this point the word Skate 4 had become a buzzword.
We hope you had fun at EA Play.
Excellent point. If you name it, just for context, if anybody watching doesn't know, hold on. So I want to say probably, hold on, let me see. So it's roughly 3 years from Skate to Skate 2, which makes sense because Skate was amazing in its own right, but it had a lot of different flaws. Skate 2 introduced getting off your board and walking around. I think it was the one that introduced hippie jumps. There were some other extra features added in there. And then the big move, January 21st. So a little over, be what, a year and a quarter later, Skate 3 comes out, and it's got all those same improvements, but it also, the park editor, and that's where I say the new Skate lacks, because there is no like park editor. You can't create your own park. There's no like not realistic, but there's no efficient way to make an area, I guess. Whereas in Skate 3, you could pick a layout or a location. You could just, it wasn't a full blown editor that then if you wanted to test it out, you had to go hit the start menu, jump in, and then test it out, and then you would place things. In the new Skate, it's sort of like you get some half pipes and some ramps, and you can put them in areas in the map that already exists, or it's just, I digress.
What was your favorite part?
Word.
We hope you had fun.
Trilogy,
Again,
but
if they would have named it Skate 4. Oh, that was what I was getting at here. Sorry. So I want to say about 2 years, maybe around 2012. For context, EA's entire Twitter page their Instagram page, all their socials, basically. YouTube, their YouTube page, EA's YouTube page. They would release Madden. They would release what are some of the other games? Whatever games EA came out with. Battlefield, I think, was maybe one. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know what EA makes anymore. But all these big name games that EA comes out with, super predatory in terms of paying for extras in the game. I think isn't Battlefront. EA, yeah, that's what I figured. That just reminded me DICE made that game, and Mirror's Edge they need to make a third one. Anyway, 2 years after this, it didn't matter what EA put out. If it was a shooter, if it was an RPG, if it was a sports game, it didn't matter what it was. On every single social, from Instagram to X to YouTube to TikTok, didn't really exist at that time, but they would post, for example, hey, new Madden's coming out. And there would be like 1 or 2 comments saying, hey, well, it's a Madden post. So it would be like, hey, this, do people not realize they're just releasing the same game every year? Or, some people would be excited for the game. There'd be like 2 or 3 comments of that. And then, I'm not shitting you, every single comment after that was, where's Skate 4? Where's Skate 4? Where's Skate 4? We want Skate 4. And mind you, this is on a post about Madden. This is on a post about Star Wars. This is on a post on all socials from 2012 up until they announced the new Skate in 2020. So we're talking 8 years. EA couldn't put out a game and market it on a social without 90% of the comments on all of their posts, regardless of what game it was, talking about when Skate 4. We want Skate 4. Why haven't you said anything about Skate 4? We want Skate 4. It's a moneymaker. Skate 4. Skate 4. I'll let the video continue playing now.
At this point, the word Skate 4 had become a buzzword.
We hope you had fun at EA Play. What was your favorite part?
This
No
happened.
one cared about Titanfall.
This happened
Skate
for 8
feels
years.
too simple and generic, and today the whole community is pretty much split on whether to call it Skate 4 or just Skate like they intended to. A big point for them to just call Skate
doesn't
was also
deserve
the
to
argument
be
that
called
there
Skate
won't be
4.
another Skate game afterwards.
We're not in.
They would have done so much better to make this a $25 game, and then if you want the deluxe version, it's like $40, but you can play offline if you choose, and you can still offer, like, obviously they have to make money, right? So you can still offer the microtransactions if you want like cool things like that. I'm very much against making people pay for the video editor stuff, just because I feel like that should be included in the package if you're going to offer that, especially with a game like Skate, where that was like a big part of the entire experience. But they did offer like Skate 3. I think Skate 2 and Skate 3 both had like creator DLC, but it was only like $3. You pay $3, you get to do like extra cool like lenses and different filters on your cameras and things like that. They probably would have done better, I think, both in the long term monetarily to do it that way, but they wouldn't have made their money back immediately. But if they would have focused more on the content itself already being present without microtransactions, then I think it would have built a lot better of a reputation, and it might not have sold as well. The first sold might not have, I don't know what you would call it for a free-to-play game, because you're not really selling the game, right? It might not have been downloaded as much or bought as much up front, but then once people were talking about, hey, this is cool, did you see this cool thing I did? I can access all these video filter options right off rip and all this cool stuff. And yeah, if you want, the ability to put your own logo on your board or something like that, you got to pay an extra $2, but everybody would be buying that. I'll let the video continue.
just called Skate was also the argument that there won't be another Skate game afterwards.
We're not an iterative title. There won't be a Skate 5 through 10. We won't be pumping them out all the time. We're going to do this. We're going to listen to what you guys say over the course of time and put the features that you guys want into it.
I hope this is the case, but I will see if this video proves that to be incorrect. Because if that's the case, then it could be improved. They could charge, it's a free-to-play game, so I understand they have to make their money, but a t-shirt should not be $5 in a video game. It just shouldn't. I know prices of things are going crazy right now with the way the world economy is going, but a t-shirt, a digital t-shirt for an in-game character in a niche game that isn't Fortnite should not be $5.
And in combination with this, they announced the first big thing.
Next Skate game would be a free-to-play title available to gamers around the world.
That was the point in this video.
Yes. Yes.
This was the point in the video when I got worried.
Never-ending, ever-evolving, free-to-play world of Skate, we'd have to look into different models for the game itself.
And man, the chat was going crazy. In this moment, the biggest fear people had was that the game would be filled to the rim with microtransactions, that you had to pay for shoelaces, tricks or new boards. But immediately we were assured that nothing like this would be locked behind a...
Yeah, no paid loot boxes, no paid gameplay advantages, no all this stuff, no pay to win. Well, there's not really, like, you can do competitions, but you can't really like win, I guess. I guess you can, but no. And that was the other, I'm just sorry, I keep interrupting the video. That was the other thing that was disappointing, is one of the best times I had, and I think a lot of people had, was going online and doing on the spot multiplayer with friends, Hall of Meat, Skate to an extent. But once you had a solid group of friends that got good enough at the game where every trick was pretty much memorized, right? Skate kind of became less. Skate was fun when you first started playing Skate, because not everybody knew how to do every, had the muscle memory to know every trick. That's all, that stuff's gone. You can't really do that in that way anymore.
The paywall.
It doesn't mean that you get some watered down Skate either.
How much could you save by switching your car insurance to Allstate? Well, let's say this is you. Hello. And this is
going to be an authentic, bigger than ever game for the fans.
Spending money is totally optional, and it's mostly about cosmetics and convenience.
They also announced collab zones, which...
Convenience? I don't think charging to be able to edit videos is convenience. I think that should just be like part of the package.
And it's mostly about cosmetics and convenience.
They also announced collab zones, which never really interested me at all, and as of right now they are also no longer in the game, so it seems like the general interest for them was not too big. But while they continue to talk about multiplayer in this game,
there's no real end goal.
Ask the same question.
Yeah, there's
Will
no.
there even be an offline mode? This rightfully got many people scared.
Like, I think I
because
saw
no offline mode.
No offline mode yet, but I think I did see where people said, like, they when the alpha or the beta first released and not everybody could get in it at that time, people were saying, like, hey, I completed every challenge, and it's just making new challenges on the fly, and there's no end game. It's just you got all the challenges done. Here's this challenge over here. We have to do a kickflip 180 over a 10 flight of stairs. There's no end game. There's no like goal to reach at the end.
Most likely meant no story mode. And also once the servers will be shut down, you won't be able to play this game anymore. So altogether this boardroom left people going from super hyped to being worried, and
which I hope, if this game ever does completely fail, that they at least let the people who have it downloaded still be able to play it like offline. Because it's still, at its core, it's still enjoyable, just not to the extent that Skate 2 or 3 was, and Skate the OG.
Having mixed feelings about the future of the game. After this, many more boardrooms would be released, each focusing on specific parts of the game, whether it be music, controls, graphics, challenges and so on. Some of these were received quite well, others not so much. But over all this time, some questions emerged that just would not be answered. Why is the development taking so long, and when is the release date? Will there be a story? Will there be an offline mode? How exactly will microtransactions work in this game? And the longer these questions were avoided, the more impatient the community got.
We should have known microtransactions were going to be predatory
to take a big
based on the fact that Black Box is no longer a company
and everyone could
and
play
EA
it.
was...
Not only is a leak like this always a disaster, it was also a very early version of the game. However, people assumed that it was the latest version. So now there was a huge wave of people complaining how the game can look this bad after all these years, when in reality the game was way further into the development. But not only that, even worse, people found traces of loot boxes in the game files, and this resulted in the first big shitstorm. While the game was still in its most basic state, it already had loot boxes which fed right into the money-hungry EA narrative.
Is there
so
loot boxes?
What did Full Circle do to calm the worries of everyone? Answer questions. Sounds good. Finally, all the questions we have will be answered, right? Well, most of these questions or comments were stuff we already knew, but the real big questions, for an example, if Skate will have an offline mode or story, were completely avoided, and so far the only statement we had regarding this was this.
Yes, there will be an ongoing story for both you and the city of St. Amsterdam, much like many other games. We're an evergreen game with an evolving story.
But this was a pretty vague statement, not giving us any real idea of what the actual story gameplay would look like. All in all, this video did not really satisfy most people, however it wouldn't take long until we got the first little teaser for the actual Skate story.
We know you may have heard the stories about the fine
This was dope actually. I actually like this.
From Skate 2 and 3 is back, now called M-Corp. And all we know is that they were in charge of the city and somehow seemed to completely abandon it.
We'll be here a
Knock off Adidas logo on his ass.
With it came a briefcase, a new board, a whole website where you could even invest in M-coins, making it look like this is an ARG around the game. And people loved it. It really feels like they invested some time into world building and are going to give us a really good story around M-Corp.
Example, when marketing and sales takes over the final development of a video game.
But with this new hope, another new problem appeared. We got to see more gameplay that looked more polished, better textured, but many people asked, wait, is this the art style you are going for, or are these just placeholders? Currently the game seems to shape up to have this very cartoony art style, reminiscent of games like Fortnite or
I don't mind
Sims. And this confused many people, because back in the first trailer the game looked like this. Very realistic.
You could
so
tell
why
that it
are
was
there
still
new graphics added that look way worse?
The same general
What
style, they
happened
just
to the
put
old
in more
realistic
color,
art style?
in my opinion.
Boardroom 5 they kinda addressed this, but yet again gave vague statements.
Jumping off from the previous installments in the franchise, when you go back, you look at it, it's actually quite stylized. We're running with it, we're going to try and evolve that. Again, try and make that as appealing to a broad range of people as possible.
I don't
Evolving
actually see a
style?
problem with this.
What does that mean? The old trilogy pretty much just looked like realistic games. So can you give us some examples? Like what is the end
No, it
goal
wasn't.
here?
The old
and
games
yet again,
weren't.
we have another reason to worry about the future of Skate.
Hyper-realistic.
More time passes until we get to the end of summer. We council members and some other playtesters get access to an early version of Skate to record videos and show the game to everyone. And the opinions on the game are mixed, to say the least. On one hand, the game is already doing a lot of things right, but at the same time many of our worries seem to have become reality. The skating and the new tricks and mechanics are great, but the challenges, art style, the microtransactions and lack of story and offline mode really drag the game down. But of course this is not the finished game, so we stay hopeful,
And
reminding us that this is just a
this footage is very clearly also there's a huge emphasis on vert, and in the community that still plays this religiously, it's every clip you see online of this is very clearly like how it's unrealistic. Not to say that Skate's ever been hyper realistic, but it's very clearly like I can go off this ramp, go over top of a skyscraper, land, and that if I wanted to do that, I could go play Tony Hawk. In every clip you see, it's like, watch this gap. And when I first started clicking on this stuff, I was thinking, okay, let me see this cool, like, you know, probably like gap from a building across a alleyway or something. No, it's he's jumping off of a skyscraper, landing in a mega ramp, getting launched 200 feet in the air, Vaselined up, because the hair's not really moving all that much, and then and then landing on top of a building that has a ramp as its roof, 600 meters away, and then launching off of that through a church window, while you're doing a Christ air through the window so that you can make sure that you get your church hours in on Sunday. And then the end is you slamming into a
very early stage of the game that we console members got early access to. But then it happened. After 5 years of development, it was finally time. Skate was ready to go into early access. The game is not finished, but at a good enough state to finally let everyone play it. And to be honest, the launch of early access went quite good. There really was some hype around the game, and the player counts were so high that people would see waiting queues up to 900,000. Like, that's insane.
First time I launched in, I had a 20-25 minute wait period to get into the server.
Since our playtester console videos, the game of course also hasn't drastically improved. And many people quickly learned that the game still had the same issues. And those were mostly the same worries we had all over these years. With the release of Early Access, Full Circle then also dropped a roadmap of the future of Skate, and that's great. This was some very open communication, which we always love to see. However, the roadmap itself did not look so exciting. Season 1 would introduce a
Skateoween.
Skate Pass, some improvements and 2 events. And after this we would still have to wait until December for Season 2.
Party voice. So you're waiting till Season 2 to put co-op and party voice chat and replay editor that has any functionality other, because the replay editor that I played in Season 1 was, that I used in Season 1 was
And only then we would get a fully working replay editor and missing tricks and a new co-op mode. So we still had to wait until December to finally have features that should have been there at release. And it's even worse for Season 3, because it
new game modes is cool. Player created parks. Maybe that solved the issue I had with the dark slides. Is cool. Improved foot plans, more character slots. Okay.
doesn't even have a release date yet and includes some of the most important updates. Leaderboards, new game modes, dark slides, improved foot plans, and most important for me personally, player created parks. Yeah, it really still is a long way to go, and of course that's fine because the game is in early access, but at the same time right now it really is not enough to keep people playing. All the while the game looks nothing like what we saw back all these years ago in the first trailer, and sadly it would only get worse from here. Shortly after this, Season 1 dropped, which we all were eagerly waiting for. We knew that with this season we would get our first major update that would include some new locations, challenges, bug fixes and the skate pass. And while they changed the lighting of the game to have this more golden look, which is a step in the right direction for better graphics, the rest of the update was pretty much a letdown to most people. Most of us theorized about new locations that could be added with this update, but in the end we only got some ramps scattered around the map. Some people definitely found some enjoyment in these ramps, but for many others, me included, these ramps were just not enough. What's even worse is that these ramps feel way too
launching
unrealistic.
over a
like these
giant
are not ramps
bridge
you would see in real life at an event, but rather in a Tony Hawk game. For an example, this ramp on top of this building. How are you even supposed to get up there? How was it even built? I know many people probably don't care about that stuff, as long as it is fun to skate.
I like that this stuff was in there. I just don't like that it was the main focus. I actually really like the fact that they added some parkour elements in it. So if you saw something on top of a building sticking up, you're like, I want to see what that is. They gave you ways to like climb and scale the building. I actually like that. It just, shouldn't be like the one and only thing that
But as a
the entire
realistic
game's
playing
focusing
skater,
on.
this kind of bothers me. Especially if we could very well have realistic mega ramps in this game, that still would be fun. Now for the skate pass. Well,
that ramp in
damn.
Skate
In my
3,
opinion,
Skate 2,
none
Skate
of these
3?
items are really interesting to
Top
me.
tier.
And I'm not the only one thinking this. Most of these items feel very cheap and quickly thrown together. For a comparison, in Fortnite you have a few cool skins throughout the battle pass, and then you work yourself towards one really cool skin at the end. But here in the skate pass we get this? I mean, it's kind of funny, but nothing I would spend extra time on to get it. And talking about spending time on the skate pass, this skate pass is actually insane to play through. But don't worry, of course you can buy tickets in the store just to unlock some levels. Yay. And the worst part, the skate pass costs $10 and you only get 400 San Van bucks out of it, which is not enough for the next one. So if you want to buy the next skate pass after this, you again have to buy additional San Van bucks. I think I don't even have to explain how much this sucks. Also, with the Season 1 update, the Isaac Clarke skin dropped in the item shop. To give some context, in Skate 3 you could enter a cheat code to unlock the Dead Space character Isaac Clarke. A fun little Easter egg that is really beloved by the fans. So bringing back this character to Skate in a fun
You see how this looks?
little Easter egg that is really beloved by the fans. So bringing
Why does this look 20 times worse? And we're on like 2 generations of hardware down the line.
back this character to Skate in a new style that looks like someone made an Isaac Clarke cosplay out of cardboard boxes sure seems like a fun little nod to Skate 3. Except that the pack cost $33. Let that sink in. $33 for a worse version of a free Skate 3 character and some stickers and banners. Like, I don't know how they came up with this price, but it's just insane. We can actually compare this to Fortnite since they also did a Dead Space.
I might be able to get a 360 and a copy of Skate 3 for $33.
Collab. Here the skin only costs around $12. The Skate skin costs almost 3 times as much. And not only that, with the $33 you could even buy 2 copies of the newest Dead Space remake. So what would you pick? A whole new game or
God.
Or one skin?
EA.
Another good example for the messed up item shop are the Dickies pants. For months people were complaining that the Dickies pants that you could buy in the store looked exactly like the ones you could unlock for free out of the loot box. So what did the developers do? They got rid of the free pants you got in the loot boxes and replaced them with different ones. This yet again feels so greedy and out of touch with the community.
That is
crazy. At the same time we got the Halloween update, which introduced some Halloween themed parks and another Halloween themed pass with another currency. Yes, we are at the 4th currency now.
What? So wait, you have to buy these with real money. So this is the equivalent of what? I'm assuming this is the equivalent of $5.72 roughly. You have to buy these. I think you unlock these, and this is for all the in-game stuff that you can buy. But you're telling me you have to buy these to convert them into these in order to buy things in this category of content, or if you want the Halloween stuff.
Oh, and right here you could really see many people leaving the
I stopped
game.
playing
Of
like
course, it was not
after the first week, so I don't know. I didn't see any of
Actually,
this.
the player count has been going down ever since the game released. But you could really
Duh.
feel a change in the community, in my opinion. Many people stopped uploading videos and the game kinda got stale. There simply wasn't really that much to do. And even the Maple Harvest event couldn't change anything about that. We again just got a few more challenges and new temporary skate parks. But then we finally got to Season 2. Many players, me included, were really looking forward to this. First of all because of the promised content that was shown in the roadmap, but also because this felt kinda like a deciding moment for the game. If this update would fail, the game probably wouldn't recover. And Full Circle actually kinda delivered. We got many things we were wishing for. New tricks, better graphics, really good map change, many things we were wishing for. New tricks, better graphics.
Okay. Again, I don't have a problem with this over here. They're both the same sort of art style. It's just this one has a little bit more texture detail.
Graphics, really good map changes, new challenges, a better skate pass, and finally a working replay editor. I was actually really hyped about all of this and said in my review that this might be the best update yet. However, to my surprise, the community did not think alike. Because even though this update might improve a lot of things, that doesn't mean the game is good now. And this is something I kinda overlooked in my review, but learned the more I played. After a few days of playing and having fun with the new additions, I was quickly back where I was before. I don't know what to do in this game. The game might be better than before, but it's still not good. Minor complaints I had in my first review turned into things that would annoy me more and more. For an example, the replay editor is better, but the camera movement is still way too rough, which makes filming clips not fun at all.
Okay, that's the trouble I ran into with it as well.
You can ask me anything.
And what's even more frustrating is that we content creators are in a very bad spot right now. There's not much to do, so for an example, I try to review the game and talk about what's good and
I didn't think about that aspect of it. Like for content creation specifically. Like, yeah, there is no end goal, and I was saying that earlier. But if there's no end goal and it's just a bunch of like in-game, like you complete all the challenges, so they're going to give you some more challenges to do and some more challenges to do, and oh, you got them all done, here's some more. With there not being like some real oomph behind like interesting content creation, yeah, I didn't think about that aspect.
And bad about it, but here's the catch. If you only talk bad about the game, it just makes more people quit the game. And if you talk about the positive aspects of the game, well, you're now an EA shill. And
if you talk positively about a thing a lot of people hate, you're going to get hate. If you talk negatively about it, people are going to see it, and less people are going to either try it out or continue playing. Okay, that didn't prove anything, but we'll just scratch that out.
And this is something that really got to me. Remember how I reviewed Season 2 and called it the best update yet? Well, people hated the update, and so they accused me of getting paid by EA to say these things, which is just not true. But as long as I have to put an sponsored by EA disclaimer at the beginning of the video because I got early access to it, of course people are going to assume stuff like that, which I totally understand. Fast forward, as I'm editing this video, they just gave us a dev blog regarding Season 3 and the future of Skate. And when I read what they have planned, I was just speechless. As most of you know, at the beginning of the game you learn how to skate on the super sick tutorial island. However, once you complete the tutorial, you can't go back to it. So as you might have guessed,
weirdly enough, tutorial island in this was one of, if not maybe the best spot in the entire map.
as people have been begging for the tutorial island to be available at all times. And finally, in Season 3, an even better version of the island will be added to the game and everyone can play it. And with everyone, I mean those who pay for it. Yes, you heard that right. First, only those who paid for it. I mean those who pay.
Skate Pass Premium?
Pay for it. Yes, you heard that right. First,
Access to Allegram as an added benefit to their pass, which already includes over 100 items. Special multi-week event. Or a 24-hour ticket. You have to... What do I look like buying a ticket to access a digital skate park?
Only those who paid for the premium skate pass will be able to skate it. Then for roughly 3 weeks there will be an event where everyone can skate it. And after that you again have to either buy the premium skate pass or pay 500 rip chips to unlock the map for 24 hours. Yes, I'm not even kidding. They really want you to pay to temporarily play this map. 500 rip chips for 24 hours access.
Wait a minute. This was in season 1 freely accessible. And they found out that people liked it and they said, hey.
Or $10 to buy the premium pass and have access until the season ends. For the next season you then have to buy the next season pass. Those are your only 2 options. Like, this is just next level to buy the next premium pass, 500 rip chips for 24 hours access, or $10 to buy the premium pass and have access until the season ends. For the next season you then have to buy the next season pass.
They put it behind a perpetual paywall. Oh my god.
Those are your only 2 options. Like, this is just next level greed. They even changed up this little Q&A section on their website so that it no longer says that new areas will always be free. Remember what they promised us back in the day?
That's why when we decided to explore this model, we made some hard ground rules to follow. There are no areas of gameplay or the map that you have to pay to unlock.
Well, that promise did not hold up long. One day later, they posted a new roadmap. Here we can see all the new stuff.
Sorry I keep pausing so much, but I'm trying to... I might actually jump in on this on stream eventually, just to see where it's at. Do the how much can you really do in this for free? Private servers. That's nice. You probably, never mind. Probably have to pay for it. Now I'm looking at this, like, coming in season 3, looking for it on the radar. Every single thing listed on this is probably going to be behind a perpetual paywall that you have to rebuy every season.
That is coming to season 3 and beyond. Some highlights include dark slides, a new game mode called speedlines, tattoos, and new brands. But there are some big issues under the radar. As we know, the tutorial island will cost money to fully play it. With tattoos, it is confirmed that some will cost money, so you can bet that all the real cool ones are only going to be in the item shop. Same goes for new brands, which will also be only in the item shop or skate pass. Also,
that actually makes sense though, and I will defend them on that. If they're going to go out and get the contracts written with like Adidas or some of these other companies or Vans, then yeah, I'm going to charge for it because we spent the money to get the contract. So we're going to ask you to pay a little bit of money. That kind of makes sense, but it's still like, just charge $20 to $30 for the game and just give us a bunch of free shit. And if you want to offer some...
It's just my personal opinion, but the description of speedlines sounds like you just have to complete lines as fast as possible, which does not sound that exciting. Now, on the looking forward part, we get some actually really cool stuff that is currently in development.
Spot battles,
game of skate, a matchmaking system,
don't
and a new world area.
Make us have to pay for spot battle.
Cool. But note that we don't get any confirmation date for these. We don't know if these things will be added in season 4.
I will go, if they make spot battle free, I will legit jump back in, no questions asked.
4 or 5 or even later. And now we get to the worst part, the on the radar part. Why is it the worst part? Well, because right here we have the coolest features. However, these things are not even really worked on. They are in discussion, meaning it's not even confirmed that we will ever get them. Private servers, underflips, player created parks, leaderboards, proximity chat.
Proximity chat should just be... Wait, that's not even that difficult of a... it's in discussion, and you could literally spend maybe a week putting it in. Legacy skate 1 to 3 spots.
Legacy spots and game modes and different board shapes. These are all things the whole community
Longboards
really
would be
wants in
cool.
this game. It's
Probably
crazy
cost
how long
$20 a
we have
piece.
been begging for private servers just so that they are in discussion for them. And the thing that really hit me, custom parks. On the old roadmap it was said that these would be added in Season 3
and beyond.
Oh, and beyond. I see. Well, they really kind of tricked us here. This is just so crazy to me. How are these things not a priority to them? How can they be so out of touch with what the fans want from this game? It's just so frustrating. And here we get...
The other thing too is, one thing I want to mention, the difficulty slider on this. If you want to... I actually ran into this where I set it to like the most realistic difficulty setting, and there's legit challenges in the game that you just cannot complete with that being set that way. It was a ledge. It was a big like plateaued ledge on a corner of a street, and you had to jump off of it and land in the street, and I physically could not do it. I had to decrease the, I forget what it is, like fall height limit or something like that. Like basically I had to make the game easier to play in order to even complete a challenge. There's 3 minutes left. Let's
back to the question of the beginning of this video. Why do I have no desire to play this game? And I think it's simply a accumulation of everything that happened so far. Every little letdown, every shitstorm, every time that it felt like the developers are not listening to what the fans want. Every time that they straight up just lied to us. Every time I hoped that the game would somehow become that game I always wanted, just to be disappointed again. To be stuck here not knowing.
At this point, I think they could probably make a ton of money if they just re-release Skate 3 with updated graphics and charge $20 for it.
What videos even to make about this game that people would enjoy. Simply to not see the game I was wishing for all these years. I think here many of us just really miss the skating culture. Where is the immersive skateboarding world? Where are the unlockable skate brands? The pro skaters? Why are some animations worse than in Skate 3? Why are so many of the character customizations such a downgrade? Where are all the custom designs we can create? The different style options? The grittiness of the old games? The single player mode? The interesting story? It really feels like the game just released way too early and should have been in close
Interesting
development
story is a hard pass on me. It has never had.
Maybe we are just not the target audience for this game. But who is it then? I guess casual players who hopefully will spend money in the item shop?
Younger players that were 5 to 7 years old when Skate 3 came out, and that, or maybe weren't even born when Skate 3 came out. Damn. It came out in 2010. That means if somebody was born when it came out, they'd legit be 16 years old, right? Damn. Mold.
Because right now it seems like the whole game is laid out with only this in mind. At the moment this does not feel like the next big skate game with a little additional item shop.
People that like the skate games or heard about them in a positive light that play Fortnite, they'll be used to this.
This feels like an item shop that also includes some skating. So what's the plan for the future? Will I just say, okay, this game sucks and quit? No, because it's not that simple. It's not that the whole game sucks. The skating itself feels incredible, and I still can't wait to finally have custom parks to create. And I know there are some really great developers currently working on this game who also want it to become the best skating game.
That's something I want to stress too, is I do not put any of this at the fault of the developers. Maybe some of them to an extent, but I feel like if you left it completely up to the developers, who is the developers? Is it EA just doing it? Who Skate. Yeah, Full Circle probably has very little to do with the reasons this is a failure. Probably mostly has to do with EA.
Game ever. I just really hope that somehow this all still switches up, because if you look at the player counts right now, they do not look that good. And
let's just estimate here. So from this line to this line is 50,000. If it's down here, this would be 25. This would be 12. This would be 6. Roughly. This would be 3. So we're saying like maybe 1,000. Oh. I'm an idiot.
and I'm afraid that one day is just too late. I hope it's clear what I want to point out with this video. I kind of wanted to explain why I feel so frustrated about Skate, and also I guess kind of just let it all out. Maybe some of you can relate to it. Again, I want this game to be good, and I hope that the future updates will be great, but in the current state, it's simply just not. And that's why for now, I am disappointed in Skate. See ya.
Give this guy a like, follow, subscribe to him. Anybody who's watching. Damn. Yeah, this is very well done. The Skate iceberg explained. Damn. He went back to making Skate 3 videos, Skate 2 video. Oh, Skate Season 2. This is kind of crazy. Like you can see he was... Damn, he was really in it. Making consistent videos, and then you can see it was either every month or every 2 months he'd start putting out stuff, and then 3 months went by until he... Anyway, yeah, I like this guy. All right. Switching subjects. Wanted to get into one of my other interests here. For anybody who's a basketball fan, just want to preface the fact that Kobe Bryant is and for will ever be my childhood hero, favorite player of all time. And so I was naturally a Lakers fan. Being in Ohio, I was also a LeBron James fan. So when LeBron came to LA, it was like Luka's second or third year definitely became my favorite new player. And then he winds up on the Lakers. So I just want to see his backstory because I actually don't know a whole lot about him.
Before he turned 19, he won everything. But somehow, he wasn't the first pick in the NBA draft. 6 years and many records later, Luka Doncic is one of the most talented basketball players ever.
My basketball journey has been a lot of fun. I've always had a ball in my hand.
In this video, we'll analyze the amazing talent of Luka Magic and tell the unlikely story of how a kid
this
from
came out a year
Slovenia
ago.
became one of the biggest stars
So he
in the
might-
NBA.
I don't know.
Luka is now. Luka is for real now.
Luka's father, Sasha Doncic, was a professional basketball player in Slovenia, so Luka grew up around the game. He wasn't even old enough to talk when he first saw his father play live.
Well, my father played so I was always in contact with basketball. Every time he
I
had
love
a
this
game,
comment that
halftime
it's
or
way
before the
easier to
game, I
score
would
in the
finish
NBA
it.
because
Even
the
I
hoop's
just
so big.
couldn't hit the rim because I was like 3 years old.
And at the age of 5, Luka was already regularly playing basketball. By the age of 8, he went to his first real basketball practice, which lasted precisely 16 minutes. That was all it took for his coach to realize that Luka was miles ahead of everybody in his age group. So he moved him up to play with the 12-year-olds. However, even that wasn't a real challenge for Doncic. After a few practices, the coaches gathered to talk about the young phenom and decided to move Luka from the basketball school to Olympia's club team, intended for the most serious athletes.
Since I was 7, I always watched basketball, played basketball, so it was just something from the first moment.
For the first few years, Luka wasn't that dominant and often played a complementary role, never leading a team in scoring. Because he was 3 years younger than everybody and his feet had grown ahead of his body, he was sometimes clumsy and couldn't always do what he wanted on the court. But ultimately, this helped him develop his basketball IQ and his fighting spirit. Even though the age gap affected how his teammates related to him off the court, treating him like a younger brother, Luka refused to be treated that way on the court and never allowed anybody to bully him. The first time Luka played with kids his age was when he was 13 during an international under-13 tournament in Rome. Luka was 5'11" at the time, and his basketball skills and IQ were far ahead of any 13-year-old in the world. He ran circles around defenders, made no-look passes, and sank silky smooth jumpers. In the final game of the tournament, Doncic scored a 54-point triple-double, leading his team to a 104-76 victory, and was awarded the tournament MVP, averaging 34 points per game. Luka was so dominant that every youth scout in Europe was amazed. And suddenly, the secret was out. He became the most sought-after 13-year-old athlete in Europe, not just in basketball.
BK, ESPN is now the home
At
of MLB.TV.
13, 54-point triple-double.
6 months later, he left his parents and moved to Real Madrid, which was a very risky move at the time.
I had to leave all my family, all my friends, the school I was there, everything, so...
He was mature as a child also, but if you go away from home with 13 years old, you become very mature. So this helped him to develop in basketball.
It was really tough. I didn't know nobody. Actually, I almost didn't speak English either. Like, I just know how to say hello, how are you, and that stuff. Nobody spoke my language. I didn't speak Spanish, so it was really tough. And that's how I learned Spanish so quick.
Damn,
in
that's
3 months, I was like just doing nothing, just be there, listen, be quiet.
Luka didn't know Spanish, he was far removed from his parents at a very young age, and maybe even more importantly, Real Madrid wasn't invested so much in basketball.
And I guarantee you that's where he developed his killer instinct.
First and foremost, and
he
the
couldn't
basketball
really
team
communicate.
hadn't won a single trophy in 5 years.
So
Going
if he
to Madrid
wanted
or Barcelona as a young player,
to
no
do
matter
some
how
damage, he had
talented
to
they
make it
are,
happen
more
himself.
often than not, isn't a winning combination. And the number of young players who go there and never play for the first team is huge. But Luka wasn't going to back down from a challenge. He again started playing with older kids, dominating youth tournaments and winning MVPs. He quickly learned the language and acclimated to Spanish culture. And after just 2 years, at the age of 15, he started practicing with the senior team. At 16, he made his debut for Madrid, becoming the youngest player ever to play for Real, and the third youngest debutant in league history. For the 2015-16 season, Doncic became a regular member of Real Madrid's senior team. And when he made his EuroLeague debut, he became only the 21st player ever to play in the EuroLeague before turning 17.
And he was 17, and he would make some passes that I don't even know how he was doing that. And his IQ was so good at 17.
And then, in the 2016-17 season, Luka exploded. In December of 2016, before he even turned 18, Doncic became a Player of the Week in the Spanish League. And 4 days later, against Zalgiris, he was named MVP in the round of the EuroLeague, becoming the youngest player ever to do so. But it's not only the accomplishment that was impressive, it's how Luka did it. He took 2 clutch shots in the last minute of the game like a cold-blooded vet, making both to win the game.
That's beautiful. That was beautiful.
Luka also wasn't just some reserve that got
Jordan-esque.
hot. He was actually a starter and the best player on the floor in the strongest competition in Europe. No 17-year-old should be able to take over a game like that, wave off his teammates in the clutch, and take those shots with no fear. But Luka was bred all his life for those moments, always playing against more experienced competition. By the end of the season, he was named EuroLeague MVP of the round 3 more times, was awarded the EuroLeague Rising Star by a unanimous vote, and claimed the Spanish League Best Young Player award. After the season, Luka joined the Slovenian national team to compete in the 2017 Eurobasket. There he formed a backcourt with Goran Dragic, a guy that used to play with his dad, when Luka was just a 6-year-old ball boy.
He was like 2, he would come and watch, he would be at practices. When he was older, like 8, 7, he would be a ball boy or come watch the game. So
fast forward 11 years, and they formed the best backcourt in Europe, where Dragic drove the opposing guards crazy with his speed, while Luka dissected defenses with surgical passing. And while Dragic was clearly the best player on the team, Slovenia actually looked more stable when Doncic organized the offense, making perfect decisions on almost every possession. In Slovenia's 103-97 win over Latvia in the quarterfinals, Luka scored 27 points and grabbed 9 rebounds. In the semifinals against Spain, he recorded 11 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 assists, with 0 turnovers. And Slovenia won again. In the final against Serbia, Luka had 8 points and 7 rebounds.
He takes it all the way. Oh! How about that from Luka Doncic?
Before exiting the game in the third quarter due to an injury. But Dragic was an unsolvable mystery for everybody. And with his 35 points, Slovenia won gold. Dragic was named the tournament MVP, and Luka made the all-tournament team, averaging 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists.
he's a born winner, so no, I'm not kidding. Mark my words, he's gonna be one of the best in the whole world.
When the 2018 club season started, there wasn't a question of who was the best player and leader at Real Madrid. Luka grabbed the keys to the offense and started orchestrating his teammates, often waving his hand at vets when they started to screen without being invited. This kind of moxie and complete understanding of basketball was something never seen before, at least not by an 18-year-old.
That's some Kobe stuff.
Luka backed
like,
it
nah,
all
I know
up
what I'm
with this
doing.
game. He dominated both in the Spanish League and the EuroLeague, winning multiple Player of the Round and Player of the Month awards, again becoming the youngest player to do it.
Young
I don't have really words right now. It's an amazing feeling. Very special for me, and I'm so glad to have these teammates, to have these coaches, to have everybody in my team, and I'm really happy.
He recorded the first triple-double in the Spanish League since 2007 and only the 7th in league history. If you think that's strange compared to the NBA, bear in mind that European players rarely average over 25 minutes per game. Throughout the season, Luka hit multiple game winners and clutch shots, and it seemed like he could do no wrong.
Three-pointer for the game.
Doncic led Real Madrid to the EuroLeague title, becoming the youngest player ever to win MVP of the Final Four and the youngest ever to win regular season MVP. After that, he did the same thing in the Spanish League, leading Real to the title and winning the season MVP.
It's amazing, it was really hard to get here. The whole season, I always say, I think this was one of the best seasons in EuroLeague. Anything could beat you, so I'm very, very happy to be here and play this final.
In just 3 years of being a pro, Doncic became the LeBron of European basketball, a guy who doesn't need any actions called for him and can run the entire offense by himself.
Oh, lovely scale. Oh, have some of that.
With an almost perfect overview of the game, Luka was equally good at finding passing lanes for his teammates or creating space for his own shot. He wasn't fast, but he always got where he wanted to go on the court. He wasn't athletic,
that's a
yet he could
superpower.
always get defenders off balance.
He's
and
not
his
fast,
shot wasn't perfect,
but
he
he's
always seemed to hit big shots when it mattered the most. A reason for Luka's dominance is how he trained his body.
deceptively
he had been visiting
coordinated.
the P3 Institute in Santa Barbara
He
since
looks
he was
like
16.
he's uncoordinated,
I went
but
twice to
he's
Santa Barbara to work at P3.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Great place.
P3 was developed with a scientific approach, where the athlete is monitored through sophisticated cameras and sensors that scan every athlete's movement from all angles, and then through a computer software analyzes their strengths and weaknesses. The athletes are given
That's some
detailed
Dirk
training
Nowitzki
plans to correct their
type
deficiencies
stuff.
observed in performance, with a focus on mobility, speed, and agility. When Doncic first got there, they worked on his mobility and explosiveness, and according to their data, Luka became elite in one specific parameter: deceleration.
Luka Doncic is not a vertical or linear athlete, but he's got the best breaks in the world.
Most NBA players are fantastic when it comes to acceleration. From 1 to 100, they go like a Ferrari. Unlike them, Luka goes from 100 to 0 in the blink of an eye, which is very important when attacking with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, I think it's just playing at my own pace. I think a lot of guys appreciate that.
that's what it is.
It's been different.
That's why he's deceptively coordinated. That's why he just looks so awkward. He's crossing people up, but he's not doing it. It doesn't look like he's going fast at all. But he's still crossing people up. That's what it is. he's not fast, but he's what's the opposite? Hold on. Not deceleration. Awkwardness definitely fits. Hold on. Agility. Okay, so he actually does have a lot of agility because he moves quickly, just not forward. Okay.
Different, you know, than some guys. You know, they're really athletic. I wish I was, but playing at my own pace is what gives me some moment to think.
And despite Luka breaking nearly every record in the second best league in the world, winning all the titles, hitting big shots, and leading grown men at the age of 18, many NBA GMs believed he wasn't better than some college basketball players. They believed Luka's game wouldn't translate and that he was too slow for the NBA. And that's how Doncic fell away to the third pick in the draft to the Atlanta Hawks, who would subsequently trade him to the Mavericks for Trae Young. But even the Mavericks, who wanted to draft Luka all along, believed in his talent, and they had been tracking him since he was 13. They didn't even fully grasp his greatness. So much so that Luka didn't even start at point guard in his rookie season. Instead, he shared ball duties with Dennis Smith Jr., the previous year's lottery pick and all-rookie selection. Luka made his first start at point guard 6 weeks into the season, when Smith missed a game due to injury and recorded 15 points and 8 assists in a home win over the Celtics.
Luka got it back. Luka looking for an outlet.
Doncic then averaged 20 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists during an 11-game stretch in December, after which the Mavs realized they had, by far, the best player in the draft. In January, Luka became the youngest player ever to record a triple-double, and the first teenager in NBA history with a 30-point triple-double and multiple triple-doubles. Doncic was just the 5th player in NBA history to average at least 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in his rookie year.
First of all, I would like to make the playoffs, but personally, I think every rookie wants to win Rookie of the Year.
And he was just 2 votes shy of being the 6th player ever to win Rookie of the Year unanimously.
He's past that next step after his first season. Like, you knew Luka's going to be that guy, and he's that guy now.
Early in his sophomore season,
Ooh. Man, dude, the Sacramento Kings and Phoenix Suns look back now like, damn, we almost had one. Trae Young. Trae Young's the only one that comes close so far. Yeah. Damn, this is a... I mean, these are solid players, don't get me wrong, but man, Luka and Shai.
he became the fastest player to reach 2,000 points in the NBA, 5 games faster than LeBron James, 10 games faster than Durant and Carmelo, and 75 games faster than Kobe Bryant.
Damn.
Once he got acclimated to the NBA, Luka became not only the most important piece in the Mavericks system, he was the system. A guy who pulled all the strings and made everything go. Doncic averaged 29, 9, and 9 for the season and made the first team All-NBA, becoming just the second player behind Tim Duncan with that honor in his first 2 seasons. But when the playoffs started, Luka took it up a notch. In his first playoff game against the Clippers, he scored 42 points, which was the most ever in an NBA playoff debut. In Game 4 of the series, Luka became the youngest player in NBA postseason history with a 40-point triple-double, scoring 43 points, 17 rebounds, and 13 assists, including this dagger for the win.
Back to Doncic.
Oh, the bubble.
Pulls up, three-pointer. Bang!
Damn.
Bang! It's good. Doncic wins the game at
Damn,
the
so his first
However, the Clippers still
playoffs was
proved
in the
too
bubble.
strong for Dallas, winning the series in 6 games,
They
despite
had-
Luka averaging 31 points.
They did have prime PG-13 and the claw, so
10 rebounds and 9 assists. In his 3rd year, Luka continued to break records, again making first All-NBA team and finishing 6th in the MVP voting. Dallas again matched up with the Clippers in the first round, and Doncic was even better this time, averaging 35, 8, and 10. But the Mavericks lost again, this time in 7 games. And just like with all great players, doubters started to arise. How come Luka is so great but can't win in the playoffs? But the only difference...
it's a team sport. It's a team sport. This is my argument without getting into it. Why Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player to ever play. But LeBron James is the best basketball player to ever play. Nothing taking away from Jordan. But as a pure basketball player, there is only one weakness in LeBron's game when he's playing to full capacity and, slacks off on defense sometimes. And that is he shoots slightly below average, below average free throws. Other than that, there's not a weakness. Won't even get into it.
The difference between Luka and Michael Jordan, for example, is that Luka got that criticism earlier than anybody, since he was still only 21 years old. And when the 21-22 season started, Luka came back with a vengeance. In 2 back-to-back games against the Clippers, his favorite customer, Doncic scored 96 points, including a career-high 51. During February, Luka became the first player in NBA history to average 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists per game, while shooting at least 40% from three-point range in a calendar month. And he once again made the All-NBA first
The
team.
hoop's so
But
big.
even more importantly, the Mavs finally started winning in the playoffs. They got past the Jazz in the first round, which secured them a tough matchup against the defending Western Conference champion Phoenix Suns. It was a tough, evenly matched series, with the home team winning each of the first 6 games. Game 7 was played in Phoenix, and the world expected the Suns to advance. Instead, we saw a complete abomination and a total blowout.
27-point lead. Down goes Johnson. 3. Oh no.
Ooh.
At one point, the Mavs had a 46-point lead, and Doncic sunned Devin Booker, who openly mocked him in the previous game.
Rough, dry eye? MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause. Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about MyBo.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making.
However, in the conference finals against the Warriors, despite Luka averaging 32 points per game, the Mavs were overmatched, and they lost the series in 5. In the 2023 season, Luka set a career high in points, 60, and rebounds, 21, becoming the first player in NBA history to record a 60-point, 20-rebound triple-double in a 126-121 victory over the New York Knicks.
Got the rebound in a one motion, put it up. I mean,
you can practice that 100 times. It won't
happen. It won't happen, right?
Incredible.
And the only player other than James Harden to record a 60-point triple-double. And despite setting several other records and another first-team All-NBA, the Mavericks missed the playoffs altogether, even after they added Kyrie Irving.
Everybody wants to win the championship. I want to win the championship here. So it's our goal, every season.
That duo could have been...
And it's the same goal, but it's a lot of work to do.
This brings us to 2024, and a year where Luka made another step forward and further improved his game. He improved his averages to an unreal 33.9 points, 9.8 rebounds, and 9.2 assists per game, winning his first scoring title.
Damn.
In a January game against Atlanta, Luka torched the Hawks for 73 points, the 4th highest scoring game ever, and the first 70-point game while shooting 75% or better from the field. Just insane.
I was just going
you know, whatever the defense give me. In the second half, they double me all the time, so I tried to make some plays, and sometimes I would just break the double. So just seeing the game.
For the entire season, Luka disintegrated every defense like rust disintegrates iron on an abandoned ship, slowly and relentlessly. His footwork has become so masterful that almost every step has its own meaning. One is tiny, the second a bit bigger, the third lulls you to sleep, and with the fourth, he's gone. Jab, 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 right hook, KO. His understanding of space and basketball geometry, combined with his perfect handle, amazing footwork, and big body that constantly leans on opponents and pushes them out of balance, it's like basketball art.
The full speed to the decel, how much are you practicing that? When did you develop that?
I didn't practice that. I just call it the slow step, you know, but I never really practiced that one.
This will not be Doncic's last scoring title, and he'll continue to break records like he's done all his
so this
career.
was before
Luka
he
is
moved to
only
the Lakers.
25, but even if he retired right now, he's already one of the greatest to ever do it. Thanks for watching Nonstop. And if you like this one, check out.
That's crazy. That is crazy. All right. All right, I will BRB and then we'll hop into some Alex. Where'd I go? Damn, hold on. I gotta re-add my oh God. That was weird. Oh God. How do I? All right, we'll just stick it right there.
Fighting ground.
All right, let's see.
Practice. Combo tries.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them on facts proof. And if you think I'm gon' fold, then
That's a target combo? Yo, this music. Damn. Oh, that's kind of sick. Oh, that's sick. Wait, his crouching. Oh, he's got the Urian. Okay. Oh, there's no other follow-up that's gonna play. That's the only one with like a grab follow-up. Yeah, I just want to test something. What the hell? Wait a minute. Damn. Sorry. Oh, sure. Oh, okay. Oh, on counter hit it launches. Oh, okay. All right. Damn. Oh, that's sick. And you can... That alone makes me kind of want to play him incesticide. You're meaning I can... Wait, which one is it? No, light. Okay. I don't think you can. Okay. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing the follow-up here. So normal versions or just medium? Wait, just medium? Yeah. So the medium version is okay. Wait. Wait a minute. He has so many follow-ups to follow-ups, so that's kind of sick. You can't control it. Oh, heavy. Oh, it's like fast. Too fast. I keep waiting for the recovery frames to be done. That was it. Wait a minute. Or wait, do you have to wait? That doesn't count. You have to wait till it's over. Okay. Only on hit. Heavy. Okay. That's a hell of an anti-air. Damn. Aw, I did the better one. I did see something where I need an example. Oh, you gotta let the second one hit. So it launches them. Wait, didn't he go into the full animation? No, okay. Wait a minute. Wait. We're not just gonna skip over that like that didn't just happen. Okay, hold on. Alright, so it's his level 2. During a drive parry. Oh. So it'd be Gotta do it right away. Almost had it. Damn. I had it that time. Can you not naturally cancel that? Oh, you can. I'm just terrible on the left side. I suck on the left side. Wait a minute. Wait, that's a... Wow. Oh, just standing. So heavy, crouch heavy. Wait a minute. He has so many special moves that are only possible from combination of linking from another special move. Wait, how did I just do that? Down and heavy. Or is it down and heavy? Yeah, down and heavy. Alright, sorry. Cancel that one too. Yeah, he's too complex for me. He's got moves that go into other moves that go into other moves that go into other moves. But he is sick. I remember heavy kick. Wait, Are we saying? Damn, you got the manual drive rush. How soon can you? It seems like it's too slow. Wait a minute. Wait. Forward medium hunt? Damn, so you have to go. Wait, does he cancel it? No, he waits. Okay. You have to be fast. Probably can't work in the corner. Alright, I got that part. Actually, that's not that hard once you get it. Let me try from this side. Brock, you see the drama? Did you see the drama? Alex. Alex. It's like they finally make him a cool, amazing character, and there's just always something wrong. Keep hitting drive rush instead of canceling into the prowler stance. No. Just go ahead and search a SF6, search like SF6 Alex drama or SF6 Alex wife. Hold on. That's sort of it, but she's also his cousin and sister, however that's possible, and they're married and she's pregnant. And he took care of her apparently when she was a baby. Not that it's real world drama, but like, why? Like, is Metro City, where he comes from, like the Street Fighter universe equivalent of West Virginia? That's what I'm saying. Who in Damage Control looked at that and been like, yeah, it's yeah, he's like, yeah, the storyline, it's going places. Never mind all the crazy stuff that we never explained from Street Fighter 3 with his story about Gil and the Antichrist and all this kind of stuff. We're just gonna throw that aside. He married his sister his cousin, who's also his sister, and took care of her when she was a baby, and then was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have a baby now." I don't know. I cannot do double sweep motions to the right. I cannot do. And it. Where's my drive rush? Like manual drive rush, it's not usually too bad, but just gotta have the timing down. Wait, no, okay, now as soon as you say that, no, I can't do it. I was just doing it every time. I'm not gonna be able to do it on this side. There we go. That's not that hard, actually. Damn it. There we go. Damn, manual drive parry. What, this one I'm on right now? Yeah, you just gotta be fast as fuck, boy. Drive parry after that. I gotta see this. Wow, there's like barely enough time. You drive parry into a light. Wait, you drive parry light, drive parry medium. Wait a minute. Jesus. All right, I got 3 more. I gotta finish. So you gotta, I literally have to. Wait. I thought I was, this is like, I'm playing Sea Viper. So it is medium. Okay, so you go. Then you have to cancel that into this and then go. Drive rush into light, into drive rush into medium is crazy. drive rushing into a light, it just seems... What? What the? It did that super fast. It still wasn't fast enough. Okay, getting somewhere. Just hitting light into drive rush just seems so... What am I doing? Brock, are you down to run some matches? I keep hitting light punch and then not wanting to do. I just want to see if it would work. to remember I don't have to time the dash super fast. I just have to wait, does that work? My question is, if you can light Thrive Rush heavy, why would you do live Drive Rush medium? This is super. If you want to run some matches, just let me know. I give up. This is not ideal. That is not an ideal combo.
Arcade practice, frontline practice.
Yeah, hey, I do this. Never fear losing.
Training room.
Yo, I'm tired of playing the sidelines. Gotta make my own highlights. It's time to heat up. for the fight of my life. Show 'em what I got, cause you know that it's my time. Brought till I fall, boy. Give it my all, boy. Got me feeling like I can fight them all, boy. The time is come, the hell is run. No weekends, yeah, you know that I'm a star, boy. My blood, sweat, and tears. I've been struggling for years. I'm saying I'm one of a kind and they ain't built them like me. Vision myself a champion, one day I might be. Proud of what I see from the man in the mirror.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably switch over to RE9 now.
A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm gon' fold, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Let's go.
I put that time in. My pride is out the roof, I get that grind in. So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that, yeah. I'm trying to get ahead, get out the way. Now move forward, stand back, now break away. I'm about to bring it. I ain't never backing down. Come and step up to the plate. For my city, for my town. I do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get this round. I'ma go all of the round. See the sights, yeah.
Oh man. All right, let's continue this playthrough so we can get, what are the last two that of these that I need? Oh, and then Sanity and Mr. Raccoons. I knew there's something a little strange. Oh yeah, they did update. I forgot they had an update. Apparently, IV Man does not one-shot kill everything in the game anymore, which is sad. Oh yeah, I gotta turn it off of Apocalypse lighting. I don't like it. Yeah, why not? All right. That's right. Continuing on. Insanity. Trying to track down all the little raccoons. All right. Where am I at? Escape the care center. Okay, so I didn't even start anything yet. Okay. See if we can kill this guy on first try. That's going to come in handy. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, wait. He doesn't have the pantry key? Oh. Did he leave it in here somewhere? Damn. Oh, I wonder if things cost more. Come on, lady. You're not getting it out. So I'm really going to have to check everything because everything's sort of different. So if I unlock this, it might not give me rare metal. Damn, this is really sick because this is actually making me recheck stuff because I don't know where things are. Ugh. I wish you could blow their heads off after that. After you already kill them. Um. Ow. Yo, already? Hmm. That's kind of... That's actually really cool. Oh, shit. I got it. Hold on, I cheat. Um... Hmm. I gotta go back and store this crap now. Well, I could just take out... Yeah, I will say I'm really actually looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to non-infinite ammo insanity run. Store it for now. I can't use it. So wait, is there no way to get into the pantry? Moon, sun, star, moon. Star, moon. I don't think it changed. Let me double check up here just in case. Uh, you quit breathing? Jesus. Like, I have 9 coins. Yeah, there's no coins in here. no, the prices are. Oh. Yields more blood. Coming across blood has never been an issue. Can't believe one of them is ammo. I can. It's insanity. All right, now. I'll leave it there for now. Hey, they really want you to get the coins. There's not as much stuff to get with them, though. There it is. The best. Yeah, we're gonna do this room. Hmm. See if I can get the. Yeah, it's 5. The only thing that sucks is it does have durability. Oh, I don't have the thing to make. Uh. Marie's doll's still there. see how this goes. I hate this. Oh, that's not too bad. Four anti what? Damn. I'm gonna. I forgot she looked like that. I was in first person. Moon, sun. Star, sun. Star, sun. Moon, sun. Star, sun, moon, sun. They give you multiples. All right. Oh, bathroom lady. I'm like, who the hell? Okay. Didn't feel like dealing with him. Oh, this is different. Hmm. Almost. Hmm. Minimum steps 3. That's wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. So middle. Wait. Wait. What? There it goes. Hmm. Oh, my other empty one's in the. Okay. Whew. Tough. Oh no, not. Oh yeah, pantry. Let me check out the pantry real quick. Somebody alive in here? Oh yeah, I guess I got the. Excuse me. Oh not much. That was close. This scared the shit out of me. Oh, wait. It's Yeah, why is it?
Give me a fucking break.
That's crazy. I didn't know it did that.
Oh, fuck.
Great. I'm not going that way.
Of course it gets up.
Nope. All right. It's gonna do it for me. You guys have a good day, good night, good morning, and Godspeed.